Hello everyone, welcome back to another stream where I work on the tracking app. I'm going to be a little more chill today. Not sure how much I'm going to talk, we'll see. We want to improve the color picker today. Right now it's a hex, you have to type in a hex, and obviously we're not going to go live with that. We need some kind of color picker. You will start with like 5 or 10 colors and maybe go from there. We're going to start with the UI portion. So let's cut a branch for today. Open up Xcode. Head over to the Add Journal screen. Here it is. Oh, colors. Yeah, so right now we ask for a color hex, and obviously can't go live with that. So let's see what we can do. Starters, we remove what we have, and I think maybe like a offset row of circles. Maybe we'll do like an offset drop shadow thing with that. Maybe stop the Just kind of looks like two circles. All this set together a color view. Was unexpected. Pass in the color as a parameter. Pink looks so close to the red. Maybe like a second row that's offset. Some have then they're sort of offset just a little bit. Would work. Then how would we say it's selected? Color should go first. I guess this whole thing is becoming like a color picker view. As one selected color and the others are not. And I think we need like a better way to refer to a color than just by the SwiftUI default color things. We probably need our own little enum. We're going to keep using the default colors for now, but obviously we do want to tweak these a little bit. Like that green is a little too bright, for example. The main thing right now is we have a model that we can work with. So this wants to be case iterable, wants to be relatable. Move this to a different file, actually. Now the state, instead of being a selected color of type SwiftUI color, we can say it's a selected color of journal colors. I'm starting to repeat myself a little bit. I think I can make a little helper function here. I'm missing a bunch of stuff. This is going to be for each we just want the first few. Identify. Okay. Make this raw value as a string. Does this work? Well, let's just do it this way. At the bottom, not really that interesting for people just coming to this file. Oh, so this was the journal ad screen. This is just the color picker view now. This would be last. Oh, I've got this backwards. This one's to be all but the last 4, and this one's to be all but the first 5. So for right now, we'll just say selected color out here as well. So it gets default to red for now. Now let's go back to the color picker view and add in our previews. Do a constant binding now. Picking up the whole screen. You don't want that preview layout. Oh, oops, and this needs to be a vertical stack. And now we can say, well, how do we want to show that it's selected? But before we do that, I think we can inline this. I think this function here just makes it more complicated than it needs to be. I'm going to get some water. How would we show selected? I guess we could show a circle around it. We could show a dot in the center of it. Let's try the circle around it to start. Maybe 48, make it really stick out. Preview. Use the action color. Not really seeing anything that looks like a highlight. We made it super big, like 56, 6. But now we're seeing a highlight. I'd say it doesn't necessarily look that good though. If we did like a check mark in the center, since we know that it's always going to be white text on the front of these, something like that. Maybe these can just be 50 by 50. And then how does it look like on ad screen? Looks all right. Well, it looks like this bottom row is pushed a little bit. Is that just me? That's how it looks like over here as well. Maybe we need a constant number of paddings. So let's plot some constants. This becomes maybe side is better than width. Using it for the height as well. Maybe just inner side. We need to do math here. So then the color picker view doesn't want to do padding with a random number. Let's do padding of color circle view dims that side over 2 times rather 8.5, and then we can resume. Whoa, that made it go further over. Okay, so there, it's fully lined up. Ah, I see. There we go. That's what we want to see. And how does it look on the journal ad screen? Looks okay. So we can pull this in by quite a bit. And this in. So we want to show each one selected. We can see what it looks like. So let's iterate through these. There we go. Interesting. This one has nothing selected. Why does this one have nothing selected? There's the bottom three. There's the top four. And then there's this mystery one. That are journal colors. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh. Oh. Our view only shows 7. What? I ran into a problem. Let's try again. Seven. Builds. That's a drop last 3. That's the first few, the first 4. So last time this happened, we had to restart Xcode and clear the derived data. So let's go ahead and do that. That applications data. Xcode. Start it again. So clearing derived data and restarting Xcode worked. Now we're seeing all 7 colors. The white on the green doesn't look so bad, but I do want to darken the green just a little bit. In this preview, oh, color multiply returns a color? I mean, a view, not a color? Okay. Okay. Actually, a brighter green. There you go. That's a green. Maybe the red needs to be a little darker as well. That's too dark. And this mint. Is that coming through? If I turn that all the way up, oh, it is coming through. Okay. Looks pretty good. Guess what's next is we need to be able to tap it to select it. So let's add a button in. When they tap the button, set the selected color. And let's run it in the simulator to see what that looks like. Build action already. Okay. Go to create a new journal. You can tap to select. And I think that feels pretty good. Now, obviously, this isn't hooked up yet. Um, like, how should we store this in the database? Add a hex again? By having a certain journal color? I guess if we store like the journal color, then in the future we can have like a dark mode and light mode for these colors. Also in the future, we might offer, you know, our users to put in a hex value. Um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the future holds as far as what direction we're going to go. I know that I guess my inclination is to just store the journal color on the journal record. Instead of a 6-digit hex, this becomes a journal colors. So this needs to be codable. Just one. We don't need to get the text color anymore. Color.color. Maybe a current marking row could take a journal color. Yeah, and this white, I do want to get out of here. This should be journal colors.foreground instead of .white. Then when we change it, it'll at least all be in one place. Ay, and if there's no journal color, I'm going to remove that and see where it's used. We need like a default color, I guess. I mean, if there's no journal loaded, we should have some kind of failure. And right now we're not doing that. So it's kind of a larger fix, I guess. Come back to that. Oh, interesting. So this could be colors as well. Yeah, this is getting the journal color coordinator. Oh, here we're back on the journal ad screen. And so this should be the journal color foreground, actually. So here, the only problem left is, well, two problems left. have to save it in the color scheme in the journal, and when coordinator doesn't load a journal, we're just showing the default color. We need to like show an error when that happens, prevent that from happening, come up with the default something. We'll need to investigate this. So for some reason we come to this screen and we can't load. We still need to show a back button. We still need a here we say occurrences for event. We have a preview here. We don't. And is there a top bar here? Like, where is this top bar being used? Oh, I see. Up here. So here it loads it, and it might not load. It's not a guarantee. So each of these handle if it's missing in its own way, I guess. Yeah, so if can't load it, will sort of default to all events. So here we need to do that null check again. present, we'll use the journal colors foreground. And same thing here. Noticing I'm repeating myself a bunch, so let's pull out some variables. Here, here. And this is the only place we're setting the background color. So we don't have to pull that out. Now where's our fit? This is in the occurrence add screen top bar. And it looks like it's kind of the same thing. So let's copy over this over. This becomes journal journal.color.color, or the all events foreground. Oh, sorry, all events background. Nope, succeeded. And use the coordinator anywhere else? Yes, it calls it to. Only for action. Okay. Oh, right. We didn't actually update our schema, so we crash on launch as we tried to decode the color in the database, and it's not a journal color, it's still the hex colors from before. Okay. Got our migrations. The other tabs. So this is really a data fix migration more than a. It's still just, excuse me, still going to be a string with the name of the string. I feel like I want to prefix it a little bit though. Because feel like at some point we might go back to having hex values in here, and it would be nice if there was some way to distinguish. Well, I get a hex could start with, a hashtag. Yeah, maybe we just keep it as it is. Don't do anything special. But we do need to figure out the colors that are there and assign random colors. So we could just make everything be the red color. And then let the user change it later. Like that. So they're all red. Now I do want a way to edit these. Oh, how is it black? This is oh no, this is a different screen. This is this screen. This is still getting a hex color. Oh, because it's selecting the journal query directly. Fascinating. Well, that needs to update. Value convert. Yes. Journal colors. So that again, the bar color will default to the all events background. Let's resume preview. Okay, so these colors need to change as well, based on if we have a color or not. So let's do that foreground helper that we did on those other screens. And this will be nil. And we'll do the all events foreground. Otherwise, it's the foreground color for a journal. There we go. And other button also color. If we're going to default all the journal colors to red for this color migration, we need a way to let the user pick a new color for a journal. I'm not sure where that would go. Add that to our queue. we did those tasks. Where would be the best place to add an edit button? I guess this is the list of journals here, this drop down. Maybe an edit button on the top left. Or even a toolbar at the bottom. I'm sure the designer will have a better idea than I do for where to put this. Kind of need something for now. This is the full screen there. But we need to rename this folder. It's no longer a category. It's called a journal. Look at this preview. And maybe at the bottom here, we have the scroll view, and then after the scroll view, we can put a little toolbar. We'll set it to be our action color. See how it looks like in the simulator all together. Oh, it's all the way at the top. That's weird. I guess this vertical stack needs a spacer at the end of it. Look at it in preview mode. There's no edit button on all events, but there is on filtered events, kind of floating up in space, which is not what we want. What if we tried to do an actual toolbar? It's there. It's right in the middle, but it's there. If we resume this preview, it doesn't show up in the preview. And then it disappears. Disappears when you come back to the screen. I think that's why I wasn't using toolbars before. If we swap the view and come back to it, then it's there. Well, again, this is just for now. Let's build that edit journal screen. Folder for journals, folder for our journal edit screen. File for our new screen. And it's view. Views have bodies. And then let's make a preview for it. And we don't want this to go to production. Start it. Oh, oops. So then we want to hook up the edit button to get to this screen, and then we'll build out this screen. Our to-do list stating journal color. To do that, we need an edit journal screen. We need to hook up navigation to the journal edit screen. We're on right now. This was the events by journal view, and as a perfect. When we tap the edit button, we want to tell the router to go to the edit screen. We'll probably pass in a journal ID. Oh, perfect. We have a journal loaded. We just need to define this method on our router. Edit right here at the bottom. Using argument, well, yes. Cool. So then in our router, we want to instantiate the wireframe for that screen, and then I'm thinking present it modally. And we'll pass in that journal ID, which we know that we'll need to load it from the database. Okay, now obviously this wireframe doesn't exist yet because we only made the screen. So let's go ahead and create this wireframe. Oops, that's journal add. I meant to go to journal edit. We'll create the journal edit wireframe. And the wireframes conform to the wireframing protocol. Reminds us how we create our view controllers. Because we're using SwiftUI, we have a hosting UI hosting controller. We create our journal edit screen. We return it. Doesn't need anything else right now, I don't think. But we do need to receive that journal ID. And the wireframe will store it in a local variable for now. And the journal edit screen is going to need this ID. Pass it in when we create it. Then it needs a field to receive it on. Missing argument in our preview. Okay, so let's fill in one from our fixtures. Blank screen, perfect. Now to edit the journal, we probably want to load it first so the user can see what's there already. So let's load the journal. Do we have a database query to do this already or not? I don't remember. Let's see. Journal query. Oh, we do. Perfect. So we can reuse this journal query that we wrote. So the journal query will load possibly a journal record based on the ID. And for our queries, we use the SwiftUI wrapper of GRDB called GRDBQuery. And of course, we need to instantiate this query. Because it takes a parameter, we need to do it from an init. We have to manually store the journal ID and then create the query. But this is going to be a constant query because every time this view changes, we want it to reload the query. And it's going to be the journal query, passing the journal ID. It's going to be in our app database. Cool. Still showing a blank screen as expected. So now we want to have, I guess the top bar should still be the color of the journal. And probably want to edit the name of it and the color. We can snatch that from the add screen, for example. Here's our add journal screen. Starters, there's the color picker. Our selected color would be a journal colors, and that would be a state variable. And how are we going to init this? It's supposed to be when the journal changes, we want to set the selected color. We will default it to red. Well, let's just default it to blue since we know the ones in the database are already red. Maybe do an on appear. Should be in a vertical stack. And then whenever the loaded journal changes, we want to update our selected color. So we can say on receive, and say the selected color is the journal's current color. Or dot blue, I guess. It's nil for some reason. Oh, maybe it will never be nil? Cool, so it seems to have loaded indigo. Is that what the workout log's color was? It was. Nice, so that it loaded it from the database. I guess we can test it in the simulator as well. And that'll show that the navigation's working. Yeah, so it showed red, which is what we'd expect. Okay. What's next? There's the name field, and there's the top bar, and then there's saving it. So let's write those tasks out. Successfully now to the tree, and we said top bar, name field, and do the saving. So I guess the next item would be to show the top bar. With the alignment to leading, the spacing 0, like we usually do. Then let's our top bar. The bar color is going to be the selected color. Left content will be in, I guess it will be a cancel button, right? The center content will be, you'll say something like edit journal. Bold, and it'll be the title font. And then on the right, we have the save button. In the preview, how are we looking so far? Well, it loaded. Let's see. So our vertical stack needs a spacer at the bottom. There we go. It looks like we need another vertical stack in the middle, so we can have a little bit of padding. It's so far close to the edge there. Let's again set the alignment to leading, the spacing to 0. Then we can have some padding. Then you get that nice edge there. Then that leaves room for the name field. We can grab that from our Add Journal screen. We have the name as a caption. Primary text foreground color. Text field with the placeholder of journal name. And the text is the journal name. So we need a state variable for that. Let's go ahead and fill that in. Right next to the selected color. You can say journal name. default to the empty string. And then when the journal comes out of the database, we can set the journal name as well. Journal.name. Zoom our preview. Not preview this file. Again? Okay. Like we need a little bit of bottom padding there. I'll actually use a frame with actually use a spacer with a set frame. That way, if things move around, it's fine. Oh, and we can see that the name loaded exactly what. Let's see, we're doing this. We're showing the top bar. We're showing the name field. I guess the next thing is to save these edits and dismiss. Oh, which means also cancel button. Need to hook up. Well, let's start with save. So if you've been following along, you remember we have our database access view that we use. What that does is it will show errors from the database. It has the database in the current environment, and it will show alerts based on the current error. And it does the database action asynchronously. We kept writing this over and over again, and then we extracted a view. It would be less repetitive, and if we need to make changes, so let's wrap our button in this, our save button in this database view. View parameters. On success, and here we're just going to dismiss. So then the content of this is, of course, our button. So we can move our button inside. I think that's an extra early. Do the indentation. Oh, everybody. There. Where's this close paren go? These are extra now. There we go. Nicely balanced our. Cool. So when we tap the button, we want our action to be this database save action. And what do we want to do? We want to save the journal record. If there is no journal loaded for some reason, we just won't do anything. Otherwise, we'll set the color of it to the newly selected color. Oh, right, it's we're using structs. Okay, so we can just make a new one based on the current one. So you can say edited journal equals journal record. Not the autocompletes I was expecting. ID, name, and color. ID is going to be E. Name is going to be the field that the user just edited, journal name. And lastly, color is going to be the color. Let's make some on the screen here. Oh, okay, it's fine. And then we can say edit a journal, save it in the database, which of course might throw, so we say try. Cool. And then we have the on success, which is going to be our dismiss action. So I guess we need, this screen needs a router as well that has access back out to the the UIKit navigation stack so that it can call dismiss on it. So let's build that router. Do all routing in UIKit. The SwiftUI routing is just not quite where we would want it to be yet. WWDC is coming up, and hopefully there are changes. And our dismiss routing, of course, has that dismiss function that all the time. So we abstracted it away to save some typing. So then let's give this router to our edit screen. Oops, journal router. And let's make a navigation controller for it. Then we can't just automatically return anymore since a lot more is happening now. And I guess actually this VC can be the root view controller of our navigation controller. And the router It's a reference to the nav. Only we can return the nav. So we haven't passed our router to our edit screen yet, so let's do that. Get an error reminding us that our router needs to be object. Cool. Now, from inside our edit screen, we can get that router out of the environment. And then on success, we can dismiss, and also in the cancel button, we can call router.dismiss. And one last thing is, because we are building our own top bars, I'm going to hide the navigation bar. Let's resume the preview. Not expecting any changes here, of course. Let's go ahead and run it in the simulator. So everything's red. Go to the movement journal, edit, and cancel, edit. I can pick it to be. Oh, interesting. The selecting the color isn't working. Let's take a look. Here's our color picker view. Let's see, how many times are we getting this journal in the on receive? Hopefully it's just once. We got it 3 times. And every time we select a color, it just resets it back to red. Thanks. Let me like debounce this to just 1. Let's see, what are our options here? We can try to limit the publisher to firing only once. We can have a boolean to only listen to the first time it fires. You could try to have, I don't know. I guess those are my first 2 ideas. I guess I'm also curious as to why it's firing so many times. This is supposed to be whenever the journal changes. And the journal is from a database query, and there's no changes happening to it. Right? I guess we could put a breakpoint in our save method just to confirm that nothing's happening there. Yeah, nothing's happening in there. We're not accidentally saving this, which I didn't think we were. Let's see, what else could be happening? Maybe because it's an at state. Since we're editing an at state, SwiftUI like re-renders the view. In which case it keeps recreating the query because I made it a constant query. Let's take off the let's let it be a state object, a full state object, and see if that we got 3. No, that didn't really change anything. What else could we do? I guess we could. We don't have to use this GRDBQuery that's loading the journal and then watching changes to it. Since the user is editing the journal here, perhaps we don't need to be observing the value in the database. We just want to load it one time. Instead of assigning this to wrapping this in a GRDB query which watches, you can say journal query dot fetch in a database transaction. I'm really torn on which direction to go in. Because I'm in the init method here, I don't have access to the environment values. Oh, but I guess I don't have to get it out of the database. I could get it off of my constant, my singleton. We could say services.databasepool.read, and that'll give us a database transaction. And there's still an on receive for this journal.publisher, which I'm a little confused by. Well, let's see how far this gets us. Yeah, not very far. It's still firing. This on receive is still happening way too often. So instead of saving the journal, let's just save the parts of it that we're interested in. Let's force unwrap for now and deal with the error in a moment. I'll say self.selected color would be the journal.color, and we'll say self.journal name. And we're going to force unwrap these for now. Then when we save, it's just going to be the journal ID. Now it's working. Now that we're not, now that we don't have a publisher that's firing quite frequently, overwrapping stuff, we're doing one query when the view loads, and that's it. Oh, but journal name didn't come through. Text field journal name. Setting journal name here. Oh, okay. So we need to do the underscore version, which is a state with initial value. Right? Do it. Yeah, okay. And we can do that for the oh. Yeah, so the journal name came through. Let's see. Can we save this? We saved it, but it didn't reload. It's loaded there. So if we go to all events, interesting. I guess it's because I think on this other screen I'm only doing one database load at the start. It's not value tracking. It's not observing any changes to the database. Fix the capitalization on here finally. It's not observing the not observing. Fascinating. Okay, so there's two more tasks then. Even though we did save and cancel, the events by journal screen isn't updating. And before that, there was the error handling on this screen. Let's see. the possible errors are this read could fail due to just some problem with the database, or it could fail because this journal ID somehow we got here and there was no journal with that ID. And I guess in both cases, we want to show kind of an error view instead. And ask people to maybe like go back. And I guess that could be a pop-up, or it could be sort of in line in the view. Let's see, how many lines is this? Still less than 100. Still feels like there's a lot going on in here. And this is kind of copied from the add journal screen. That might be something to try to reuse at some point. Okay, I was saying on task. Did you need like a database reading view, kind of like we have that database writing view that will read something from the database and provide it to a view that it's enclosing? But again, that's getting a little too far ahead. Let's see, I guess instead of doing this in the init method of the screen, we could do this in an on appear. That'll only happen once. Then here we can't initialize these with states in this way. Right, because this might not exist. Yeah, so it's like load this or there's an error. So we could have like at state. So this might be a result of either a journal record or app database error. So in our catch, we would say something like health dot journal equals dot failure. Maybe like a journal not found with the journal ID that we were trying to load. Oh, I guess that would be only if it was nil. So this is maybe journal, and we can guard let journal equals maybe journal. Otherwise, our journal result is a failure. This needs a return. And then our view can switch on if the journal is loaded or not. Let's define these errors. An error description. We'll give that one a description. Oh, this is supposed to be journal ID. This is supposed to be the error. I think it does. Did I mistype something? Oh, it's errors.database read, not errors.database read error. We use a little bit, but we hold off on that for a moment. So when the screen appears, we'll load something from the database. We can give these some defaults. I'm planning to hide these, so they'll never be shown if journal doesn't. So we can say something like switch on the journal result. if there was a failure, we can say, we can just show it as a text. I think it's localized. Yeah. Otherwise, if it's success, show everything else. We have a build failure. What is it? Missing argument for journal. Oh, crap. What does the loading state supposed to look like? There's found, there's like error or not found, and then there's like loading. Result doesn't really encapsulate that, huh? I guess we could make our own enum to keep track of these three states. And that will mess with our switch statement. Loaded failure we call error, and then the dot loading state. I guess we can have a little spinner. U dot circular. And the foreground color can be our primary action color. Oh, we're building. Okay. And it's a spinning. So that's odd. So it is a state. When it changes, it should redraw the view. Oh, we never set it to success, really. Yeah, that's what we would expect. Fascinating. I'm not that happy with this though. Like this is managing a state now, doing this like on a pier. We have a spinner here. What? Preview is broken. I guess this error needs to be in the stack over here. I guess what we really want is like a different way to bind a journal that's loaded to our text fields. And wow, textures are broken or something. I mean, they were working earlier. I think it's something about how we're loading these things. Let's see. I really like the GRDB wrapper. Well, I guess I'm thinking is that we'll fix how like when we edit a color here, and how it doesn't update right away. I wonder if fixing this will give us some more ideas on how to fix our edit journal screen. He is at it again. Hey, welcome back, Amazing Bop. So this was on the all event screen. Events by journal. We had our query. How long have you been working on this project? It's been like 2 or 3 weeks. Still pretty new. I think we're on to day on YouTube. You can see all the back episodes. I think we're up to day 12 or so. I think I missed a few days, but every day, every weekday for the past 2 or 3 weeks. See, so here's our event list screen with a top bar that is currently not updating as we would expect. See, the current journal comes in as a state. Well, it's not necessarily, yeah, watching that journal, huh? Here's the wireframe for the screen. Not a constant from here. Where's the current journal coming from? I guess it's selected in the top bar, huh? Yeah, the current journal is coming from the top bar. I think is where this dropdown is coming from. We have the dropdown in here. No, the journal picker is here. Oh, they're still called categories on the screen. Change that to journals real quick. So here we load all the journals. And then there's the select the journal button. Yeah, and here we're copying the selected journal into the current journal. So it's a copy. I guess that's why it's not getting updated. Fascinating. So do we want to save the current journal ID here and then have each view update itself? That'd be kind of a big change. And we already have 29 edited files. So we're in deep if something goes wrong. Let's see. So what would be going wrong if we committed right now? Like filtering works. Editing works, but it doesn't update, as we've just discovered why, because we're copying two value types. We're copying a value type to a value type. Let's go ahead and commit what we have now. This is like everything we did today. We made a color picker UI for add journal. What else did we do? We started the edit journal screen. So here's the day I worked on it. Amazing Bop. I guess from the 11th to the 6th. So I guess it's been almost a month now. I think there's a few days missing in here that are not weekends, but basically been every day, every weekday. I think there was a couple days I didn't have new designs to work on. Okay, so what if we made journal record a reference type instead of a value type? Not override. The class record must appear first. With GRDB, record is their class for records, and then if you're using structs, you use those other three interfaces. I have not really used their record type that much yet. Not override with a stored property. Is this supposed to be a var? I guess so. And, oh, we need to define an initializer. And we'll just copy those fields in. We have to implement our own row decoder? Doesn't sound right. Let's see what the documentation has to say. Auto update. Yeah, so I guess doing it as a reference type is not really going to change all that much. I think we have to have a different approach for how to fix our reloading problem. Again, that's in the journal picker view. Current journal. Maybe they should be current journal ID instead. If we pass the idea around, then it'll force the views that use it to do their own observation of the database. If it was selected, we just compare the two IDs. Then instead of copying the journal over, we just copy the ID. There's going to be a few more places that break. Let's update the all events button too, which is this button right here, the all events in the journal picker. How long have you been doing dev for? Professionally since 2007, so about 15 years, and of course as an amateur for many years before that. I would say maybe 97 is when I learned C, but I learned HTML and CSS before that. Um, so a long time. I would say I really love programming. I've been programming longer than I have lived. That's funny to think about, but yeah, that's probably true for a lot of people. There's probably people that are programming for longer than I've been alive too. Almost everyone at my job has been working there for like 25 years. I'm curious to ask where you work, but I think I'm not supposed to do that. I think that would be not a good thing to ask on stream. I do feel like there are like people of certain age groups kind of stick together um, in the programming world, and they think all the other age groups have bad ideas. No, that's probably a generalization too. Maybe that only happened at a few places that I worked at and isn't a trend at all. Fintech. Oh, cool. I did some work in that industry. Did some jobs, some contracts, etc. Let's see. So events by journal now takes the ID, not the journal record. They use COBOL. Does fintech mean like all finance? Like, I don't think you call the stock exchange fintech. Some of them do, yeah. Doesn't fintech mean they have an iOS app, at least? Or like an Android app or something? It is so bad. Stock exchange has an app. Mostly do Angular and Spring. I was Angular these days. I used Angular 1.0 a long time ago. I'm really new to Angular, but it has been a lot of fun. Oh, what have you been writing with other JavaScript frameworks as well? Belt, React. Oh, all the big ones. Right, so then this takes a journal ID as well. Belt is awesome. Yeah, I looked at it. It looks pretty sweet. I haven't tried it out yet though. So this also needs a journal color. Use the journal color query for that. You do Swift at work too? Yeah, at a certain point when I started freelancing, I focused on only Swift. Well, actually that was before Swift came out. So I was focusing on iOS, I would say. Um, but yeah, I'm trying to do this full time. We'll see what happens. I have some other apps in the App Store. This one's not in the App Store yet. Um, so trying to put my energy out there, see what happens. But yes, I have done Swift professionally as a contractor and as an employee. We can initialize this query. Oh, and which Spring do you mean, by the way, when you say Angular and Spring? There was like a Java Spring, there's like a Rails Spring. And if I search for Spring, get today's date, or Spring makes Java simple. Oh, it's reactive now? It was not reactive back when I did Spring. It's quite nice too. Oh, cool. Use it mainly for inversion of control and dependency injection. Yeah, that's what I used it for a long time ago. I guess the most recent Java I did was for an Android app, but that was mostly Kotlin. Java was just like one or two files. It can do a lot these days. Oh, nice. Kotlin greater than Java. Yeah, I enjoyed Kotlin because it was so close to Swift. I wish that Swift had sealed classes the way that Kotlin does. I really like enums in Swift, but I feel like sealed classes in Kotlin are just like a little bit extra. That's so nice. You do unit testing on iOS? Yeah. For all of our queries, here's our tests folder. We have some interactor tests. We have all these tests for our queries. We have one repository for an older part of this app. Some tests for formatting our relative dates. And then yesterday, we worked on a swiping row, um, this thing here. And to handle all the state changes there, we did some unit tests. That is nice to see. Yeah, for things like I think the preview, well, we're not compiling right now, but the idea of having a preview kind of always up showing you what's happening is kind of like uh, live running unit tests in a way for visual stuff. And visual stuff can be hard to write unit tests for anyway. Unit tests are great for like this thing happens and then that. Not great for what's the border radius when when it's on this view or that view. I've been doing a lot of unit testing in Angular, and it is not my cup of tea yet. Yeah, some languages have better support for it than others. Or rather, some frameworks, I should say. Angular is a framework, has better support for it than others. So if the journal color doesn't load on the events by journal view, I mean, this should never happen. Um, but we do need to provide some kind of default. Um, yeah, we should write a default there. We've done this quite a few times now. Maybe the default will be something like a. I'll just take a color again instead of a journal color. So then the swiping row color of it will be color of the journal or this default. Becomes the journal ID. Hotbar has binding. How do we bind the binding of a journal ID to a query to get the, what do we need here? We need the journal name and the journal color, basically the entire. This is inside the GRDBQuery library. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to put in here yet. Come back to that in a moment. Clean up the names a little bit. see, let's make a to-do here. This should be journal ID. That color on here. Oh, so we're building again. Nice. And let's find that to do. I'm going to make sure we were completely compiling before. And how can I set this ID on here? Look at the GRDBQuery documentation. GRDB. That's just to get a random player, so that's not what we want. This has an ID on it. And how do they use this player presence request? Oh, and you can do like a scan on it too. That's cool. Let's open the web editor by pressing dot. And let's search for usages of that query, that request. And do they ever update the ID here? I have to do some trickery here. Bear with me one moment. I'm going to sketch something out. Basically, what I want to try is you have a binding here, or I have a query. How do I get this ID to match this thing? I can't just put it in directly. Because you get all these errors. Property initializers run before self is available for one. And secondly, if the binding changes, I would need the query to update as well. What I want to do is have like a loaded journal view, maybe. It takes a journal ID. And has this journal query. We can initialize it. It's query, journal query ID. Good evening. Hey, welcome back, Dragon Dust. How are you? I was tired earlier, but having chat livened me up a little bit. Made a lot of progress today on. You can now edit. Try that again. You can now edit a journal. You have a new color picker, and what we're bumping into right now is that if we click save, the color doesn't update. Really come back to it, and wow, that looked like it updated everything. We may have messed something up. Oh no, I just kept trying out purple because I love purple. How are you doing? We can have the content. Which will be a block that produces content. And that's all that the body is going to be. Well, rather, it's going to be the. I'm going to pass in the journal record. If we do this, then you don't need this query here. So that doesn't need it. The center does need it. The right doesn't need it because it's just the. No, we do need the bar for. Okay, so this whole thing then. I'm good. A little bit tired after a long day. Right on. It's the event. So what I just ran into is I wanted to copy all of this into here. I can't really do that because I have these vars. I need another subview. Something like event list bar content. Which is a view. Then I think I can move this into here. So that needs a close curly. This will be the content view. DB journal. Oh, this can be optional, I guess. No, I can't really. Oof. That's out here. We have the journal ID, then load it and show the loaded top bar. Otherwise, just show it without a journal. Oh, and then this needs to be an initializer parameter. And this top bar content can be initialized with the journal record. And it needs the router. Outside one doesn't need the We need that binding. Oh, journal. Okay, so we need to pass in the binding. Needs to be at escaping. Error says oh, this shouldn't say self. This should get this one, the one that we know is not nil. Okay, so then this binding. We're showing this journal picker or not. R. It's a Boolean. And then that will give us this will give us if we're in this binding. Here. I like suggested an autocomplete and then wanted it in a different order. Oh, build succeeded. Okay, let's set it to be not purple. Nice, so auto updated. Ooh. Let's see that again. Edit. Let's change the name um, moving, call it blue, and that auto updated. Nice. Holy crap. That's kind of a mouthful of what we did there. I guess what we did was we found that when we were selecting, oh my god, now our selection is not working. Fascinating. Okay, well, I guess we made a different problem. We had found that when we selected something from the journal picker, that we were copying the journal over, so that when the journal changed in the database, the one in memory wasn't updated. So um, by passing the journal ID instead of the loaded journal, the other views can scan the database to look for updates. And we can see that that's happening correctly. However, now when I select the journal, it doesn't go to the journal. It'll go to all events, or it'll go to a journal. They can't go from one journal to the other. The list updates, not the top bar. Yeah. Before we get to that, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. We discovered that the list is updating when we select a different journal, but not the top bar. And what is it with that? Oh, 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 I know exactly. This needs to be constant. GRDB query thing has this constant thing that prevents it from it basically like we want that to keep loading. There we go. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, if you don't say constant, then it stores that one query. But if you say constant, then it recreates that query each time the view gets created, which is what we want. How many purples do we have? Change it to green. Cool. We can commit that. I guess we would say we did advanced by journal screen isn't updating automatically. Now it is. I think there's a little bit of cleanup to do there. Um, yeah, this loaded journal view, this doesn't quite belong here anymore. This should get evacuated out. Maybe to the journal section. So that's a new group. And this also needs GRDBQuery. Ooh, this is a long file. Now the event list top bar, if there is a current journal, try to load it. And then show the event list top bar content. With that possibly loaded journal. Otherwise, if we don't have a journal ID, then show the event list top bar with definitely not a loaded journal. And I guess this top bar content has to keep track of kind of doing two things at once. Like if the journal is loaded or not, it shows two different things, and that's why there's all these switch statements. And what else was there? Cleanup. Why that toolbar just appears like the I guess there was the edit journal screen wasn't very happy about. I wanted to take this detour, see if we discovered anything that would help us here. And in a way, I guess we have. We can reuse that journal loading screen instead of all this, and we can see how that goes. First, let's commit that little extraction. Separate file. So this journal edit screen could potentially be a first try to load the journal. Given the journal ID. Then if it's there or not, show one thing or the other. So if it's not there, you want to show the database.errors, journal not found, journal ID, that error localized description. With a, yes, perhaps a dismiss button. Otherwise, we want to show, the main meat of this edit journal screen. We need some more curlies. Okay. So now that we have the journal loaded from the database, we can initialize our states with the fields from the journal. To do that, we'll need an init method, and to have an init method, we need another view. So I guess let's go all the way to the bottom. Say something like, make our subview here. Our journal edit view, which is a view, and it takes a journal. A definitely existing journal, right? This was the journal edit view. Also has form, which would be after the hotbar. And then all of this nonsense goes away. Don't need the on appear anymore. Let's see. So this now can have uh, init with a journal. We can initialize the states. So let's define our state variables, which was the name and the color. Then we can set their initial value. Initial values, of course, are the values from just loaded journal. So we're going to bind the color of the bar to what the user is selecting so they can see it live. And then I think we called this name instead of journal name. And this was this color instead of selected color. Oh, I guess it should. Color. The router here is, I think it's because this view isn't compiling yet. And so that's sort of blowing up. So let's pass let's make sure this content view has the router. Oh, well, this is name, color, and this is journal.id. I'm not sure why this is happening. Do we need a... Oh, just needed to wrap it in a group. And what exactly is a group again? Type that collects multiple instances of a content type into a single unit. Yeah, it's exactly what we're doing. We have this if, and then we're wrapping it in a group. Okay, so if there was an error, we need a button to like back or something. Cool, that feels way better than before. We don't need this loading business. The edit screen doesn't need colors anymore. Doesn't journal. guess it does have the router for this error state. I feel like we should probably pull this out into a separate view, into a separate file. Pull this view out into a separate file. There's just a couple small ones like this, all on the same line is fine. I think it's more clear to the eye. And now our journal edit screen has this journal loading view that maybe loads a journal. And if it's there, it shows the edit view. If it's not there, it shows an error, journal not found. Not sure exactly how that would happen in our setup, but you know, the database can return nil. We don't want to just crash. We want to show something to the user so they can go back, I guess, which is what we do. We show a button. If we zoom our preview, loads. Now let's also see the error. So let's just make up a random journal ID that we know won't exist. So that's what it would look like. That's what the error would look like. Maybe it wants more space around it. It does want a header. I mean, this will likely never happen. As long as it shows something, I don't think we need to spend too much time on it. But I do want to set the foreground to be our action color. Actually, if that's what I want it to look like, then I don't think I need either spacer. I think it goes to the center itself. Yep. I mean, even just showing a UUID to a user is like nonsense. Like, but at least we're not crashing, I guess. And this file is just under 50 lines. And again, you have the journal loading view, shows the edits view if the journal loads, otherwise it shows an error. And I keep calling it journal loading view, so maybe I'll rename this. what do we do? I think the simplify the journal edit screen. Using the journal loading view. Okay. Handling the errors. It's now updating automatically, which is nice. I guess we're like done with the editing the journal color. I guess I'm really curious why that bar goes away. As soon as we show something, it comes back. Let's look at the view debugger. Here. It's just there. Okay. Inside of a UI toolbar, and if we resume, we edit forward, we nav back. Now we look at the view. The UI toolbar has disappeared. What's with that? Let's close the tabs. There's something we can do with our nav controller to make it not disappear. Like, this should probably default to false anyway. Yeah, it defaults to false. Okay, so none of those are. Is there any documentation in UI Navigation Controller about these bottom bars? The default value of this property is true, a boolean indicating whether the toolbar is visible. Fascinating. So I guess this must change because it's showing, and we navigate and we nav back. Here's something ridiculous. What if we put a toolbar also on the next view, just to experiment to see what's happening? That's the occurrence list screen. We put a toolbar on here. I don't know, let's just put a text for now. Oh. Let's move it up a little bit. Not called a toolbar? Called a toolbar. As a toolbar item group. Well, let's just copy it over. And we'll just not do anything on the engine. Now it's showing, and now forward, it's this edit. Well, let's say I'll edit 2 just to show that it's a different button. Fascinating. It's like floating above. But as long as there's a toolbar, it doesn't disappear. Wow. Can I put a background on it? Fascinating. I don't necessarily think every single view needs a bottom bar, I guess, is one of my concerns. Like this screen doesn't have a bottom bar. I guess this screen could use an edit button, for example, to assign it to a different journal or to rename it. But if we didn't have this toolbar here, how would we like re-show the toolbar when it comes back to like this is just it's just so weird. Oops, I meant to click here. No toolbar, back, toolbar's gone. Uh, SwiftUI toolbar. Let's see what Google can help us. Disappears. Oh, this is exactly what I'm talking about. But this is even using native SwiftUI navigation. I'm using UI kit navigation, so I thought maybe that would be a reason. But this 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 person is using native SwiftUI navigation and has the same problem. Is there a solution here? That looks like what I'm doing. What is this? There's a group. He has a list. I guess he has it inside the navigation view. And then the answer is saying the list. So the toolbar is outside. Interesting. Is outside the navigation view. Fascinating. So we have to manage our own toolbar? Like, it's strange that it's outside of the navigation view. Not the workaround. This is a known bug. Here's a possible workaround. Force a refresh on view 2. Oh my goodness. This is silly. Toolbar item shows by default. Okay, I'll try that out. It's a tool item. The edit button. I don't know. Suppose it can have our button inside of it. The toolbar item is not a view. Try taking out the toolbar item group. Okay, that succeeded. Have our edit button. We nav, it disappears. We nav back, it's that doesn't work. Ah. Let's see. What we could do is the bottom bar could be part of a could be part of the wireframe, and then when the navigation controller receives the wireframe, it will set up the toolbar. That's one approach. Um, we have like a navigation delegate. Comma. Will show. And then like do some setup on our toolbar in here, like like that. Will that always show it? Oh. Well, it's always showing it now. Have to go to bed. See ya. Thanks for stopping by, Dragon Dust. Have a great weekend. Hope you get some good rest. Oh, thanks. I guess with this way we can always show the toolbar, and for now that's not a problem because it's not really getting in the way. Like where the toolbar would be is not blocking any clicks at all. So maybe that's okay. Oh, interesting how the toolbar is still visible when you have this open. Well, at least we know how to force it to show now, and we can possibly do some customizations on that in the future if we need to. We don't need to quite yet. Force toolbar to show customizer. Keep by years when returning to a view with a toolbar. Cool. And with that, we've improved the color picker when creating a journal. We've allowed you to edit the journal color. And we fixed some toolbar stuff. Thanks so much for joining today. I think that's going to be it for today, since that's everything in the queue. You can find me on Twitter, Bulky Developer, which is where I post when I'm going live. And I go live every weekday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Working on this app, showing SwiftUI coding. And then if you're not watching live, you can watch the recordings, which I post to my YouTube channel, which is posted below. Thanks so much for watching. See you Monday.